On a hot streak right now, trying to sweep the Braves. They've won 6 in a row. And Tim Hudson gets the call for the final game of this season, his 7th start. And Huddy fires in a strike, and Maxwell comes up empty for the first pitch of the game.
It's great just seeing Tim get out there for 7 starts after the surgery last year. 34 years old, 6'1", 170 pounds, soaking wet.
That's in for a strike. Mike DeMuro, our plate umpire. Yeah, Tim Hudson has had some moments for sure this year. There's Mike DeMuro and the rest of our umpires. Dale Scott, Jerry Meals, Ron Kulpa. Scott, the crew chief. What are your thoughts on what you've seen from Tim Hudson coming back from the Tommy John?
I'm encouraged. Enthused about the prospects of what he might be able to do next year in terms of returning back to his old form. Good signs all around.
And a strikeout, good sign, and a good start.
His 4 keys to pitching success today. Wants to win his 3rd game of the year here on the last day of the season. And to do so, one of the things is avoid some first inning problems. They have cropped up on him from time to time, and use a few more splits. Chance to work on that a little bit today on the last start to see just how effective it can be. It's been a very good pitch for him.
Ian Desmond up here. And ball 1 to the shortstop. Gotten a chance to play a lot down the stretch with the injury to Christian Guzman. And Hudson back to work. Good sinker right there.
Very good. Yeah, Desmond's made a good impression here at the end. He's had a good series here, and the Nationals with a 6-game winning streak.
What was it Bob Carpenter was telling us prior to the game, voice of the Nationals on television? No team has ever started a year with a 7-game losing streak and finished with a 7-game winning streak ever. They get a chance to do it here today.
Little history.
Toyota starting lineups. Well, Desmond's made an impression. The guy at the top of the order down the stretch, Justin Maxwell, has made an impression. He's hot at the big home run yesterday. And the rest of that lineup that featured Desmond, Orr, Dukes, Morse, Bard, Gonzalez, and Padilla. Outside corner, got him, and back-to-back strikeouts for Hudson to start.
You know, Escobar was moving on the pitch. It was almost like he was about to steal 3rd base. He was moving so far to his right when he saw what the pitch was supposed to be, which was going to be that slider for the strikeout. But he was expecting that pitch to perhaps be pulled if it was put in play. Watch you now here. That's a lot of movement.
And Pete Orr rips one into right field and a base hit. So Orr comes up with a single against his former teammate.
Pete Orr, too, trying to leave a lasting impression with Jim Riggleman or with Mike Rizzo, whoever's going to be making those decisions for next spring.
1 out, or 2 outs, beg your pardon, with a man at first, and Elijah Dukes at the plate. And strike 1. Hudson firing strikes early on. There is a $12 million mutual option on Tim Hudson. He obviously wants to come back. They can buy it out for $1 million, and they'll have a period once the World Series ends to decline or pick up that option, or to negotiate a different type of extension. During that window, they could decline his option and then work on a new contract with Tim Hudson if they want to do so, and if he does as well. Or on the move, check swing roller, LaRoche. Adam takes it himself, and a good inning for Tim. No runs, a hit, 1 left. Braves coming up to hit in the bottom of the first. do it today. What we got going on in there? Oh, yeah, animal crackers. That's what I'm talking about. Toyota starting lineups. McLeod, Fonte, and Prado the top three. Anderson, LaRoche, and Yunel Escobar beating up on those righties. Kelly Johnson, Clint Sammons, Tim Hudson, the rest of the lineup. And Nate McLeod, first pitch swinging, drives one the other way. Padilla back and he hauls it in. Oh, Nate gave that a ride. Just missed hitting it out.
Hit that ball a long way to the opposite field, didn't he? First pitch of the game from J.D. Martin, fastball, belt high, and he raked it.
Well, make no mistake about Nate McLeod. He may not look it, but he's put together. He's probably no taller than 5'9", but he is strong for sure.
No question. He's solid.
And now the right fielder, Omar Infante. J.D. Martin is on the mound for the Nationals. And again, we'll be saying it a lot today, but here's another guy. A chance to continue to make an impression.
26 years old, 6'4", 200 pounds, out of Ridgecrest, California.
It almost hit him. You saw that walk to strikeout ratio. That's where he's going to have problems, just giving up that much contact. 35 to 24 strikeouts to walks in over 70 innings.
He was a former sandwich pick, though, right at the end of the first round back in 2001. And he's working so fast, we really don't have a chance to talk about him very much. But he was the 35th pick in the draft in 01 by Cleveland.
Line drive, past the diving Orr and into the corner. And Omar with a double. Well, that'll slow him down.
Martin is a fastball, curveball, changeup guy, but the fastball is raked right here for the second time in two batters. This one not caught and kept fair. His 4 keys to pitching success today: use that curveball effectively, and he's the only winning pitcher on what is otherwise a losing team record-wise. He's 4-1 on his last 5 road starts too.
Martin Prado hitting third. What a season it's been for this guy. Gets under this one. And charging in Gonzalez, who makes the grab. So now 2 away. You were mentioning that J.D. Martin was a sandwich pick. There are compensatory picks when a team loses a free agent between the first and the second round that teams are awarded when a free agent departs. Well, this guy was actually the compensatory pick for Manny Ramirez. He's the pick that Cleveland got when Boston signed Manny Ramirez. So at one time, yeah, I mean, you get picked that high.
Well, they like
thought
him.
of.
Yeah, they like him. And he pitched well at Syracuse. He was 8-3 with a 2.66 ERA there. And again, he's no kid. He's 26 years old. They're talking about how poised he has been on the mound, how he's handled himself real well. Certainly figuring in the mix for next year.
Two 2-0 to Garrett Anderson.
By the way, if you're not familiar with Ridgecrest, California, it used to be called Crumville. Can't imagine why they would change their name from Crumville.
Were you pulling my leg there?
No. No.
When did they change the name?
1960s.
Okay.
It's about 100 miles from Bakersfield. If that helps you geographically in California.
Talk about a place that should have changed its name. Completely directed at you, Laser. Anybody from Bakersfield, we love you.
Guy just walking down the concourse, heading to his seats, and
hey,
you have a foul ball.
Absolutely. Nice stop by Josh Bard. Three and two now. Hit hard to first. Morse handles the chance, and that's the inning. So the Braves come up with a hit and leave a man. End of one, 0-0. And Tim Hudson back to work. And Mike Morse. A ball and no strikes to the big guy. He's kind of an interesting player, isn't he? I mean, it obviously has some power. You could play him at the corner infield spots. You could play him in the corner outfield spots. Whether it's with this team or somebody else, he might have a chance as a utility power guy. Third base and Prado.
Certainly got my attention with the home runs he hit in Washington against the Braves and how far they went, especially that 3-run pinch hit homer he hit off Tommy Hanson. And he's been pretty much close to a 300 hitter the time he spent in the big leagues with Seattle and Washington.
So one down, and it's Josh Bard at the plate. No score, just getting started. Game 162. To the right side. Kelly Johnson handles the chance. There's two away.
Kelly Johnson was not in the original lineup. Chipper Jones was at third, Prado at second, but a change was made shortly before the start of today's game. So Kelly's in there, and Prado moved over to third base. And Chipper sitting this one out.
Alberto Gonzalez now.
Chipper will be ready for the season opener next year, right here at Turner Field on April 5th against the Cubs.
I know, a frustrating year for Chipper Jones. It's funny because in my time talking with him, and you've known him for a long, long time, he always seemed to have an idea of what was wrong in the little spurts where he was struggling. And this year he never seemed to really be able to figure it out, you know?
I think that's a good description. He was searching to figure out what it was.
7 pitches, all it takes Tim Hudson to get him 1, 2, 3, midway in the second. Offensively, he was so consistent, Joe.
All year long, never went more than just a couple of games without a hit. No extended slumps of any kind. Extra base hits, homers, and hitting with runners in scoring position was his key all year long. And I look forward to seeing him hit lower in the order for a full year and see how many runs he can drive in.
He's actually technically most valuable position player, but we couldn't fit it on the graphic because he played great defense as well this year.
No question. Vastly improved.
In the air right field, Duke's got a late start, now in, and he's got it. And that will bring up Unell.
Leads the National League in hitting with runners in scoring position, career highs in those important production categories, and tremendous improvement.
One of the things that's been neat to watch, when he first came up, he hacked a lot. And I wasn't sure if he was going to walk. He's shown more patience. He comes into today a 299 average, but the on base at 377 because the walks to strikeouts are 57 to 61. Outstanding.
Yeah, he's in the top 10 in at bats, strikeouts per at bat. He's right around 1 every 9, 1 every 10 at bats, and at the big league level, that's incredible.
Yeah.
And sometimes that guy or those guys that are in the top 10 in that category are singles ping hitters that are just putting the ball in play and running. Not so,
Right field, Dukes, and there's 2 down. And Kelly Johnson makes his way to the plate. Kelly gets the start here this afternoon.
He'll have an eventful offseason. He and wife Lauren expecting their first child around the first week of December. Told him Joe's a real nice name.
It's funny because I actually asked Lauren if they consider Boog, even for a girl.
Yeah.
No.
Well, even for a girl, they could be Boogie.
And you'll be hearing from Kelly Johnson when Texas beats Oklahoma.
I will. If that happens, I will.
Towards first, and Morse will take it himself. Kelly's retired, and the Braves go in order. We play 2 at Turner Field, and there is no score. Guys. Jorge Padilla shortening to bunt. Tim Hudson making the start here this afternoon. And Huddy's had that good sinker working.
Hard one.
Velocity's been good since coming back, right where he was, really, right at 91 or so. I mean, some at 88, 89, but good pitch right there.
Tied him up.
Again, when he's right, the infielders are usually busy.
Mike DeMuro's a good ball and strike umpire, too. That ball came back. He gave up on it. Good pitch.
It's going to be fun for Clint Salmons getting a start today.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad he got in there.
Very good defensive catcher. Pitchers like throwing to him.
Hit 9 homers down in Gwinnett.
And there are the other 2. Swing and a miss and a strikeout. That's Tim Hudson's 3rd of the day.
And think about it. Ross and McCann sitting side by side and talking about it during the game. That hasn't happened all year.
That's right.
First time on the last day of the season where they can sit and talk about the game.
Yeah, there'll be some good comedy there. Now the pitcher, J.D. Martin. Martin with 4 hits this year. Big guy, 6'4". That was a big old cut.
Philly's about to get swept by Florida. Florida's jumped out on top of them today, and you think, well, that's just a nothing game, and it is, except for the pitchers. Josh Johnson's pitching for Florida, going for his 16th win, and Jay Happ is tuning up for his postseason, first ever postseason start. And he's behind 2-0, so they're not taking it slightly.
Another strikeout. Martin is gone. There's 2 away. It's the VCast Music with Rhapsody. Know your music inning from Verizon Wireless. What Braves player listens to all his favorite Hank Williams Jr. songs on his wireless phone? Tell you in the bottom of the 3rd. Phillies kind of stumbling down the stretch. Really all 3 of the teams that won the division, Phillies, Cardinals, Dodgers, did not burst to the finish line. And for the Phillies specifically, they can't be enjoying their choices in terms of their Game 1 starter. Lee did not pitch particularly well his final 6 or 7 starts. Neither did Hamels. And Happ, because he's pitching today, isn't an option.
I don't know how you can't, if he's on regular rest, and I don't know if he is or not. Cole Hamels, MVP in the division or in the LCS and the World Series last year. I know he's had a rough year, but he knows how to win in a postseason start. He would be my guy. I guess my thought would be I'm gonna need him to pitch one of the starts, one of the games. Why not the first one?
Because he'd be going on 3 days rest.
Okay, then he's out. Taken care of there.
Good talk, Joe.
Okay. Well, I didn't know. I didn't know where he was. Yeah.
I just looked. I mean, what do? Do you go Blanton?
Whose turn is it on Wednesday? I mean, there's 2 days off before you play on Wednesday, so you got a couple of choices there.
Pedro?
No. It's got to be Blanton or Lee.
Yeah.
In that case, it'd be Cliff Lee.
Maxwell takes the walk, so with 2 outs, a base runner. Our Air Tran Division Series matchups. You got Cardinals, Dodgers, Rockies, Phils. What do you see, Cardinals, Dodgers?
Well, I like what I see there in that middle line for the Cardinals, dominating L.A. this year and winning the season series 5-2. But their 2 studs, Carpenter and Wainwright, have dominated. I like the Cardinals in that series.
Hard not to. Dodgers won last night, clinched the division. It was a scoreless game until the 7th when the Dodgers scored their runs. Those runs were the first lead that the Dodgers had had since last Sunday.
Wow. Phillies and Rockies. You know, the way the Rockies have been playing, I'd say that even though they're the wild card, I'd say that that's an even series right now because they've been so tough down the stretch.
It's hard not to, at least for me, default to that Phillies offense and how good it is, and the fact that that bottom line, I mean, they're more than happy if they need to beat you 9-8.
And they were 44 and 36 at home. Phillies actually played better on the road.
You wouldn't think it with that lineup.
No, not in that park with those guys.
Well, Rockies, you'll be handling that one, and you saw that matchup a couple of years ago, and the Rockies handled it.
Just wiped them up. I don't think that'll happen this time. I can see that series going 5 games easily.
0-2 to Desmond, runner on the move. There's a lot of that today. Tim Hudson doing a good job keeping that ball down, starting it at about knee level, and it's got good sink.
Laser Baker just handed me a note that if the Phillies lose today and the Rockies win, the Rockies will go to Philadelphia as the wild card winner with a better record than Philadelphia. Philadelphia gets the home field advantage because they won their division.
Bouncer off the plate. This is going to be a tough play. Prado will let it roll. And it rolls and it rolls and it stays fair. Just didn't quite have enough to roll foul. A base hit for Desmond. There's 2 aboard with 2 outs.
Nothing else Martin could do but hope that this had a little right there off the grass, but not so.
It took the left turn, just very slowly. Maxwell at second, Desmond at first, Pete Orr at the plate, and Pete singled his first time. Talked about it the other day, how Pete's going to go to instructional league and learn how to catch. As a Canadian, it's got to be a foregone conclusion that he's going to use one of those hockey-style masks like Salmons is.
You know it,
right? LaRoche gobbles that up, and that's the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the third at Turner Field, and it is 0-0. Scoreless, and it'll be Salmons, Hudson, and McLeod against J.D. Martin. So Clint gets the start on the final Sunday of the year. Swings at the 0-1 and lifts it to right.
Remember, Clint started the season with the Braves. David Ross was on the disabled list.
Well, the VCast Music with Rhapsody, Know Your Music inning from Verizon Wireless. We asked you earlier who listens to Hank Williams Jr. on his wireless phone.
I'm going to go Tim Hudson on that.
Go ahead. Bobby Cox, I like it.
Dropped his shades down a little bit there, just kind of give you a little accent on that, didn't he?
You know the best thing that I've enjoyed all year about the Verizon Wireless inning? Here's Hudson, liner to center. Attaboy, Huddy. I saw him this morning talk nothing but hitting with him. All right. So when we talk Tim Hudson, he's always fired up about his hitting. That short little stroke. Matt Diaz gave the scouting report. He said, off the outside edge of the plate, and he pulls it. That's what he does.
Well, that's what he just did. Slider away. Threw a little top hand on it.
Real quick, hit us up here in the booth. One of the things that I love about the Verizon Wireless question, this is what my partner does. He takes out the lineup sheet to pick a guy like he's making a double switch. You sit there, they go over the question, who is it? And Joe sits there and does this. All right, we're gonna put Gurecki in right, and we're gonna bring in Soriano. He's batting ninth. I got Brooks Conrad listens to that. Line it to the corner. He does it every time.
Yep. I don't want to leave anyone out. I'm afraid I've missed somebody in my thought process, and goodness knows that happens all too often these days.
Salmons for Ross, that'll be straight up. And I got Greg Norton, listens to Metallica.
Yeah.
Tim Hudson on the move on that last pitch. No action this time. 2-2. Each side a couple of hits, no score. Tim Hudson all smiles. And McLeod down on strikes. Good slider right there. Joe, while we have a moment, I want to thank some of the people that have made the season happen here at home. So many people help us produce a great broadcast, and I want to thank the guys working on our video, Victor Wilder, Steve Dressman, Pete McIntyre, and as well our engineers Eddie Martinez and Dan Neighbors. I mean, it takes a lot of people to keep this thing afloat each and every game.
So many people that no one knows or hears about until days like today. It seems like we always acknowledge it on the last day of the season, and we ought to be doing it more often because they're such important parts of the process.
I mean, you can't say we never do it. Sometimes we show their red high tops.
Yes, we do. Those engineers, I mean, knowing where everything's supposed to be plugged in, come on. If you've ever been near a TV truck during a sporting event and see all the cables running to and from the truck, you can understand what a Herculean task it is to make sure everything's connected correctly.
Omar Infante lines that one to left. Padilla barely has to move, and that's the inning. So Hudson the hit. He's left stranded. 3 in the books. Zip, zip. by AT and by the Georgia Lottery. Fourth inning, no score here on Sunday Braves. John Shambi, Joe Simpson, Matt Diaz asked me in the clubhouse today, so is Gretchen going to take it easy on you for game 162? And Aflac trivia question time, I said, I doubt it.
About to find out. Does it have to be active?
That is about the way my season went with the Aflac trivia question. I'm going to need some time.
That was a beauty.
If it had been name a healthy Met, I think I probably would have missed it.
Mm-hmm.
Dukes, then Morse, then Bard. Tim Hudson here at the top of the fourth. He's thrown 45 pitches. So he's been very efficient.
Elijah Dukes. We talked about him the first two games of this series, about how he needs to take the next step. Big, powerful, strong guy. He's hit better in the last 6 weeks of the season. Seems to be figuring some things out. He's chased some bad balls in this series, and he's 0 for 10 in the series. But Boog, is he one of those guys that is a great physical specimen and a terrific athlete? He's just not a baseball player?
I don't know. You say big, powerful guy, doesn't hit for a ton of power as he takes that third strike. Good slider from Hudson. He's slugging .396 coming into today, Joe. I mean, under 400. That's not what you're expecting from a guy that could put on a show in batting practice. And he seems to be a below-average defensive player.
We've seen that. We've seen that. That's why we know he can run. Yeah. My goodness, he can run.
He's going to have to figure some stuff out. Apologize for that there. And that fly ball to right. Morse quickly retired. Omar Infante to start in right field.
But you see guys like that
sure.
in the game and even at the big league level. Obviously, he's a good baseball player. He wouldn't be at this level in a way. But it's because there's so much potential there.
Mm-hmm.
You have to think that, hey, he's going to get it. He's going to figure it out. But he may not. He may be a great athlete who doesn't ever quite get over that hand-eye coordination hump that is required so heavily in baseball.
Yes. I think at times, too, what ends up happening, you get impressed with some of the tools, as the scouts like to say, but I think at times players are unfairly tagged as underachievers. Fair ball down the line. And Josh Bard on the move. Around first, racing for second. And he's got himself a double. Man, it hurts to watch him run.
Yes, it does. Good play by Infante not to give up on that because Bard is so slow.
But my point, as far as when you assess guys, whenever they tag a guy, he should hit 35 homers in the majors. If he doesn't, they'll say he underachieved. Well, maybe the guy that evaluated him was wrong.
Overestimated. Yeah.
Out to short. Big hop for Escobar. And Gonzalez is retired. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth, still scoreless. year. Matt Diaz, Martin Prado, hugs everywhere. Prado could play everywhere.
Martin's emergence offensively, though, began from the beginning, and that biggest difference, as I kept saying all year long, was his ability to pull the ball. Matt Diaz got more playing time in the second half because of trades and injuries, and he responded too.
Matt Diaz plays hard, loves playing, and he's fun to watch just because those at bats, how awful he can look one pitch and then absolutely clobber a ball in the next pitch.
He actually had to have some, I'll call it minor surgery on his thumb to clean it up. Talking about Diaz, we knew that he wasn't playing in this series, but he'd been playing with an injury to his right thumb. And they finally had to go in there and fix some things.
Yeah, his thumb had been sore for a while. Last few weeks of the season. Garrett Anderson 0 for 1.
Now here's a guy, his deal was just a one-year deal, was it not?
Yep.
Be interesting to see if Garrett comes back next year or if he finds himself somewhere else, perhaps back in the American League as a DH.
I think his maximum usage would be in the American League, where he could do a little bit of both. I mean, he played so long for the Angels, and the outfield starts really began to decline in 2003. Gets under this one. Desmond is there. This is Garrett's 123rd start in left field. It's the most starts he's had in left field or in the outfield since 2003.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
In baseball body.
Right. 37 years old.
From a position player standpoint, when we talk about, or when the players talk about, or as we will have a chance to talk to Frank Wren in the 6th inning about, there are openings. There could be openings if they don't re-sign Garrett, if they don't re-sign Adam LaRoche, who's going to be a free agent. It's not like you would have to make room for someone somehow.
Conversely, no openings in that starting staff.
No.
A logjam, if you will.
Pattern is full.
Negative, Ghost Rider. Padilla makes the grab. Oh, we got the Aflac trivia question answer. It's coming your way next. Name a Met.
Glad we had the extra time. 2010 season. Get the first chance at the best available seat locations by placing your deposit today. Call 404-577-9100. 404-577-9100, or you can go to Braves.com/deposits.
I thought you handled that nicely as a speed reader.
Got to get it in. Tim Hudson was ready to go to work.
Sounded like he broke his bat. McLouth is there, and there's one away. Okay, Aflac trivia question time.
I got a clarification.
Yeah.
We're only going to be correct if we answer the same Met that Gretchen picked.
Like, name the Met that I'm thinking of?
Yeah. So I'm going with Jeff Francoeur.
I'm going to say Anderson Hernandez just for fun.
Okay.
Aflac!
Really ended on a positive note there, Gretch. Nice. Really,
You know, there's not even a tie-in.
No. No. I'm going to go ahead and say that hurt my feelings a little bit. Strikeout, and there's two away. I'm not just somebody's Aflac punching bag.
Well, I kind of beg to differ on that one.
Yeah, that's true. No score. We're in the fifth. Tim Hudson and J.D. Martin matching zeros. What about this guy at the plate? Where does he fit? You know, you have Willingham. I mean, Morgan's playing center. There's no question about it. But 256 isn't really what you want from an average, but he's shown some power. He can play center. I'm assuming he could play a corner spot.
Yeah, he'll be on their club, but I don't know how they'll use him. Not only will Niger Morgan be in center, he'll be leading off. But boy, this guy is big and strong. He's a lot bigger than I thought. 6'5" and about 220.
Body-wise, sort of young Jermaine Dye is kind of
very good.
The body type you're talking.
You mentioned at the beginning of the series, though, he's been a little injury prone.
Even in college at the University of Maryland. Battled some wrist injuries. 2 balls and a strike to count. Hudson walked him his last time up.
I'll be darned.
How about it? Walked him again. So with 2 outs, it'll bring up Ian Desmond. And time now for a money and energy saving bright idea from Georgia Power. Change the air filters in your heating and cooling system regularly. Go to georgiapower.com for more energy saving tips. Georgia Power, a Southern company.
Hey, Laser Baker, do you like the electrostatic type better than the old-fashioned air filters? Electrostatic are better, according to the home fix-it guy.
Electrostatic? And what's the exact feature there? Pulls the particles out of the air.
And it's electro. It's staticky.
It attracts dirt particles via static and collects them.
And you can wash them in the dishwasher.
Runner on the move, throw to second, right there. Clint Salmons, fire him down.
Woo.
Great throw. And Maxwell is gone.
This was right on the bag.
John Ciampi and Jill Simpson, Sunday Braves on Fox Sports South. Yunel Escobar taking a strike. Yunel 0 for 1. Trying to think who J.D. Martin reminds me of in terms of the way he drops the ball down and kind of hooks it behind him. It's not quite Rick Sutcliffe like.
Does kind of wrap it though. And his curveball is kind of a hard curveball. It's kind of a little bit of a slurve.
Escobar didn't like the call, and Mike DeMuro takes off the mask and wants him to zip it on up.
Close enough to the target, and DeMuro's had a very good wide horizontal plate for both sides.
Ball 1 to Kelly Johnson.
Kelly Johnson, since he came back from the disabled list, Boog, with a tendonitis in his wrist, when he has had a plate appearances, he's hit .270.
And a base hit to right field.
So his work, while his at-bats have been sporadic at best, he's now 18 for his last 65, and that includes 3 homers and 9 driven in. Had a big double here yesterday.
Got himself in a good count and pulled that pitch through the right side hole.
Well, as off as his season has been, at least he can go into the off season knowing he's gotten a few things turned around.
I think he feels better about his plan, his approach, more confident in it right now.
Yeah, he's up. That's a .277 mark since the DL.
Clint Salmon's fly to right his first time. No score, all pitching here today. Hey, some of the other guys we want to thank for helping us on our broadcast, our audio crew: Greg Briggs, Sam Napper, John Otis, Kevin Caslow, Rob Horn, David Poole. They're the guys that allow us to say super promo and make it sound right.
And have our headsets in better shape and volume controls set perfectly every day, unlike what we have to deal with when we go on the road. Were I Kelly Johnson this offseason and getting ready for next spring, I would get some more work in the outfield. Remember, he played left field for the Braves when he first got called up, and make himself that much more valuable to a ball club, knowing that Bobby Cox could use him again in the outfield if needed.
Hudson reaches out, hits that to right center where Maxwell puts it away. And that's the inning. Well, coming up, we'll speak with the Braves general manager. Frank Wren will join us in the booth. John Shambi and Joe Simpson. They had the Home Depot tool race. Watch this sneak attack.
Yeah, the drill was going to win for the first time all year, and he just got hammered. Snuck right out of the center field gate.
The legs go out.
Yeah. That's a little bit that went down.
Oh, my goodness. And the saw just keeps on trucking.
Yep. Cut his way through the tape. Drill bit goes 0 for the year.
Ooh, big curve there. Rare curveball from Tim Hudson. Desmond 1 out of 2. He's got an infield single. Towards third, where Prado handles the chance. 1 up and 1 down. Tim Hudson's looked sharp today. He's gotten a lot of ground balls with that sinker. And he'll deal with Pete Orr now. Well, up here in the booth, and we're joined by the general manager of the Atlanta Braves, Frank Wren. Game 162. You guys were eliminated a couple of days ago. What goes through your head on a day like today?
Well, I think, after getting eliminated on, I guess, Wednesday officially, there was a lot of kind of reminiscing about the season and about, the possibilities of being in the position that Detroit and Minnesota are in today. But at the same time, we're looking forward to 2010.
A lot of good things to think about, though, when you look back on this season, Frank, and the improvement the team made.
Nice play there by Prado, 2 down.
And you got to feel good. I mean, we've talked about this before when we've had you on, but about the problems, we'll call it, addressing the starting rotation and how you did that and how that all worked out great. You got to feel good about those.
We do. We feel real good about the position we're in from a starting pitching standpoint, and we think we have a good foundation, around the diamond. So, I don't think it's going to be as much heavy lifting this winter to put our club in a position to contend, and we'll start that next week. We're looking forward to it. We're all excited about the possibilities and excited to get down to Florida in about 10 days and start that process.
Base hit to left field. And with 2 outs, a man aboard. What have you seen from Tim Hudson in his 6 starts plus this afternoon?
Well, I think the one thing you want to see is just that he's healthy and able to look like the old Tim Hudson. I don't know that necessarily he's going to be in mid-season form for when he was at his best this quickly after the surgery. But he's done a good job where I think we feel very comfortable that he's healthy and ready to start 2010 in the right direction.
And throwing all his pitches, too.
Exactly.
How much fun was the last stretch for you where this team got red hot at one point, won 14 of 16?
Well, I mean, that's what you're looking for. I mean, you're looking forward to the time in September where the games are meaningful and your every day counts and you're watching the scoreboard and you're just, you're hoping your team will contend and make it fun for not only for us but for the fans, and I think these guys surely did that.
I made a comment a minute ago about Kelly Johnson, Frank, with respect to his versatility. We all know he came up and played a lot of outfield for the Braves, and I suggested it might be good for Kelly to work in the outfield some in the offseason just to make himself that much more valuable to play other positions. Are there things you guys do before the team leaves to suggest to guys things they work on in the offseason?
Yes, there is. I personally went around and visited with a lot of players this morning, just thanking them for their hard work over the course of the season and wishing them well for next year, but also making suggestions of things we've observed and things we think that would be big for them for next year. And I had a conversation with Kelly, and I know Kelly's disappointed, but at the same time, I think he's even more mindful of the things he needs to work on and try to get a new start next year. So he's ready to do that this offseason.
We were just talking about looking up his numbers. He hit 277 after he came back from the disabled list. In what at bats he got, he made the most of them. Certainly an improvement over what he had the first half. Very much so.
I think he, you just look back to that West Coast trip in San Diego and L.A. where he got some really big hits for us, so I don't think he's too far off from what we've seen in the past.
This one popped up. Will you hang on a second? We get you in the bottom?
Sure.
Nationals leave a man. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Still scoreless, and more with Frank Wren.
.162. How about this throw from Clint Salmon right on the money? They get Maxwell an inning ago. Great throw by Clint Salmon. That's the Coors Light Freeze Can, brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light. Hometown hero,
game,
Colonel Michael Steele being honored on the field by the fans here at Turner Field.
Got a great hand.
I love that.
Scoreless game as we go to the bottom of the 6th. John Sciambi, Joe Simpson, and Frank Wren joins us up here in the booth. All right, so looking forward, where are some of the areas you'd like to see this team improve?
Well, obviously, we got off to a slow start primarily because of our offense. Our pitching was good from the very beginning, so we need to improve some offensively, and I think they'll undoubtedly there'll be some new faces. There always seems to be. I know Pete Van Weeren always had a neat stat. Even during the great runs of the 14 division championships, there was generally 9 new faces out of a 25-man roster. So that's a lot, anywhere from 9 to 12. So we'll have some new faces.
Nate gets into one, right field, way back, gone. Nate McLouth was a new face in early June, has become a familiar face, and home run number 20 puts the Braves on the board.
What's a shame for Nate is that on September 16th, he was hitting .272. He just gone in a dry spell that's cost him 15, 16, 17 points on his average. Great extension on that pitch down low. Another great pickup, Frank.
Well, Nate has a lot of ability, and I don't think we've necessarily seen the best of Nate McLouth. I think the hamstring injury slowed him down and got him out of his groove a little bit. He has a lot of ability. I loved yesterday when he laid the bunt down. He laid a perfect drag bunt down, and so he can do a lot of different things, and looking forward to having him for the full season next year.
Maybe too inside type baseball for what you have to contend with, but would you have made the Nate McLouth trade if he wasn't signed to a cost-efficient contract extension already?
Yeah, I think so. Because I think we liked his talent. That was a great benefit of the deal, but I don't think it necessarily drove the deal.
What are your thoughts about Hayward, Freeman? Give us some thoughts on at least, as this one is run down, at least what your thoughts are in terms of 2010 for those guys. How far away are they? How close are they?
I think that's a little to be determined by how they perform in the Arizona Fall League. The Arizona Fall League is a great springboard for players to get a chance to play against better competition. It's everyone's best players are out there. Each of us send about 6 or 7 players. that we consider some of our top talent. And so it's a real good environment for a couple months to find out where they stand. And then we come to spring training. So, last year Tommy Hansen went there and shown us all what he could do. And I think now it's a chance for both those kids. And we've also have some good young pitching. Mike Miner, our #1 draft choice, he'll be out there. 3 other young pitchers that we think have a chance to get to this level in the next year or so. So it's going to be an interesting club for us. I'm looking forward to getting out there in early November to see those kids.
Adam LaRoche, a guy that you acquired, and I mean, he delivered in a huge way for this team. As did Martin Prado, rips a base hit to center field. How do you figure out what you'll end up doing with Adam as a free agent at the end of the year?
Well, I think that's why these meetings that are coming up in Florida in 10 days are so important, because that's where we really take a good, honest look at our team and exactly how our team sets up for the next year, how Bobby likes to put his lineup together, and we discuss all the pros and cons of every player and what other players might be available. So it's a great meeting, because after 5 days we come out of there with a pretty good plan strategically as to how we're going to put our club together for 2010 and who the new faces may be. And we kind of rank the free agents, we rank the trade possibilities, and we have a good strategic plan, I think, when we come out of there.
Is it fair to say that, the old adage about baseball, you got to be strong up the middle if you want to win, and the Braves certainly have that from McCann, Prado, Escobar, Infante, Kelly, whoever is playing up the middle, and McLeod, that aside from Chipper at third, you go to the flanks, and then those are the spots that you have to address?
I think that's fair. I think we are pretty well solidified up the middle with 4 guys that we envision coming back and envision being a big part of our club next year. I think the corners, both the corner outfields and the corner infields, we're going to have to look at from a standpoint of, what's best for our club. Chipper, I don't think any of us envision Chipper having another year like he had this year. This is, we're talking about the National League batting champ running away last year, and he had a struggle in the second half. But like I said, I don't think any of us envision him doing that again next year. So, I hope we can feel comfortable with third base. As we go forward in the corner outfields and in right field, we've got some work to do.
Frank Wren with us up here in the booth, and Adam LaRoche at the plate. 1-0 on the McLeod home run. Last thing, off season though, you guys can make plans. It's fluid, isn't it? You go back to last season, you thought you had the deal with Furcal, you went after Burnett. You're always having to adjust on the fly, aren't you?
You really are. I think what's interesting, from our perspective, is we have that hit list of players that we'll come out of this meeting with. And, you may be negotiating with 5 or 6 different players at a time, because you're not sure which one's going to fit, whether it's financially or, geographically. In Burnett's case, we didn't fit for him geographically. So there's lots of things that players consider before they sign on the dotted line. And so, we're always having to juggle a number of negotiations at a time.
It's not as easy as just calling somebody and saying, hey, you want to come play for us, huh?
No, it really isn't. I do think we'll have the benefit, though, this year. Last year, I think there were a lot of players skeptical whether we could put our club back together and make it a contender. And now I think people see that we have the foundation starting pitching, which, today, we're leading the major leagues in quality starts, which is a pretty good indicator that you have starting pitching. And we have those guys coming back. And so we can sell that.
Prado gunned down at third. Well, it'll be an exciting offseason for the Braves and their fans, and for you as well. Always appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on, Frank.
Well, guys, I appreciate it. It's been a good 2009, and we're looking for a better 2010.
Nice going.
Thank you.
Frank Wren right there. We're at the end of 6, and the Braves have a 1-0 lead. Quote of the day, way back when, about 18 homers into the season, they asked Adam Dunn about hitting more homers than the team had wins. He said, okay with me as long as they hit about 85 homers.
He's going to fall short on his 6th straight 40 home run season. He'll finish with 38, barring a pinch hit homer today.
Nationals with 58 wins. And again, that quirky stat that Bob Carpenter told us, they have a chance to be the first team in big league history to start the year with a 7-game losing streak and end with a 7-game win streak. And we'll see if Jim Riggleman is their skipper for next season. Mike Rizzo will be their general manager. Oh, 2 on Josh Bard. Tim Hudson's been sharp. Bouncer to the right side. Kelly Johnson handles the chance. I want to thank a couple of our technical directors all season long being with us here at home. Michael Farnsworth, John Tackett. Great work by those guys. All the people that help put this together and that we get a chance to work with day in, day out here at Turner Field.
It's a good group, good family.
Hudson back to work, a 1-0. And a line drive base hit. Braves lead it on the McLouth homer.
I want to thank our gals up here in the booth too that keep us straight, make sure that our collars are straight and our jackets are on and shirts are buttoned when we have buttons.
Right.
Ali Trion, Karen Blackman, also known as Helen, and Valerie Burrell, we thank them very much. Keeping us stocked in M&Ms.
Coffee. And generally just tolerating us.
Yes.
I mean, there are some diva requests from time to time. You asked for that monogrammed Snuggie the one time.
Yes. What did it take, 10 minutes?
If that. Into center field, McLouth will play it on a bounce. Back-to-back singles now. And here is Adam Dunn. Joe, their offense, I'd say probably the middle point of the year or so, they were an above-average offensive team, or at least about average. They were scoring runs. They had a team that got on base. I mean, when Guzman was swinging the bat well, Johnson is an on-base percentage machine hitting second. He moved on to the Marlins, then Dunn, then Zimmerman. It's a good offensive team, at least improved for sure.
Well, and Guzman got off to such a red-hot start, and he was hitting well into the 300s for most of the year. They had Ron Belliard, too, who's now tearing it up with the Dodgers. Yeah, it was a good lineup.
Right now they're at the 10 spot in the National League in runs per game. This guy was a good signing. A lot of people stayed away from him, and it's not maybe a Bobby Abreu value signing, but 2 years, $20 million for what this guy ended up doing. 397 on base, 528 slugging, knocked in 104, and hit 38 homers. I think he was a good sign.
I thought he was a terrific sign. I've said before that in the offseason, You know, I'm lobbying for him. I'd love to have seen him in a Braves uniform. He did not want to go to the American League. He said time and again he didn't want to go to the American League and die a DH. He wanted to keep playing in the field, and that was one of the knocks on him. Where do you play him?
It's been an adjustment for him at first, but it has gotten better. When I talked to him in Washington, he said the biggest thing is he has to keep thinking about his footwork and where he's got to go on every play. Oh, nice grab.
Nice catch.
Steve Angel was already clapping. He just knew the guy was going to make the play.
Right.
I had confidence in you, sir. You. That's ripped to right field. He beats the shift. Gonzalez around third. Throw to the plate. Too late. And we're tied at 1.
With runners aboard, the Braves couldn't employ their deep shift where Kelly Johnson could be out in shallow right field as they've done this entire series. He gets a hanging breaking ball and pulls it past what you would consider just a normal setup for the infield.
Roger McDowell out to the mound. And the Braves with activity in the bullpen. It's Peter Moylan up. Well, I want to thank our great group of camera guys here at the ballpark. Our man Wayne down there, Wayne Barry. Great work this year, buddy. It's been fun. Our man Gumby. Chris, thank you. JR. Brandon Culpepper. Oh, you got to look up at us.
Thank you, Brandon.
He is locked in right now. I want to thank that guy. Chris the Robo guy. Mike, you got to step away from the camera so we can get a shot of you. There you go. Thank you. Tim LaBeouf.
Stay hooked up.
Careful. Tied him up. Sinker running in.
Had trouble with him earlier today with a couple of walks, but now 2 strikeouts of Maxwell. Well, that had some movement on it, didn't it? Tailing into him. 7 strikeouts from Tim.
Yeah, he's been good today. Only 91 pitches.
That's a high for him this season.
That's to first, and LaRoche handles it. Nationals, they'll get the equalizer on the Dunn pinch hit RBI single. Time to stretch. 1-1. You went wide by Tech. Sunday Braves on Fox Sports South is brought to you in part by Texaco, by Blimpie, by AirTran Airways, by Geico, and by Verizon Wireless. It's time to bring you up to speed with the AT Rapid Rewind. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered.
Good stuff there. And, buddy, we're going to miss you around here. It's been a real joy for the last 3 years. Been a lot of fun. I know the fans are going to miss you too, but we wish you well in your new endeavors with ESPN, and the whole Braves family will miss you.
I appreciate it. I'm going to miss you, buddy. It's been such a pleasure. An honor to work with you the last 3 years. I've enjoyed it so much.
I think work for me was more
work
accurate.
For you is better.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Just keep.
It's been so much fun. Really, had a great time.
Well, you've done a great job. Done a great job. And
I got to thank the fans for welcoming me into their homes, and great crew as well. The group that we work with all the time. Obviously, Joe Vencius, our producer. To thank him so much. Bill Cochran, our AD, Gary Lehman, our great director, Andy Pollock and Bill Moore, of course, Gretchen Caney. It's like a family that we travel with, and I'm going to miss you guys a ton, and I just thank you so much for all your great work.
We'll see you.
No, I know.
We'll see. You'll be in here doing some games, we know, and we'll look forward to that.
Make you hot.
Indeed.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks to all the people at Fox as well. I appreciate it, and the Braves for making me a part of the family for the last 3 years. Tyler Clippard on the hill. And center field for Justin Maxwell. 1 up, 1 down. It's our Sherwin-Williams pitching change. We've seen this guy a lot over the course of the last 10 days of the season, and he's done pretty good work.
Yeah, he's been outstanding in long relief. He went 2 2/3 innings of one-hit shutout ball here on Thursday night and picked up the win. Good outing too for Martin. 6 innings, 6-hit, 1-run ball. And Martin did not walk a batter.
Ball to strike to Kelly, who's 1 out of 2.
One thing on Kelly too, he's got to figure out why he's not hitting right-handed hitters, or pitchers rather, wearing out the lefties, and at times, not at times, but for the whole season, right-handers have given him problems.
Yep, and he's hit the lefties. It's been odd. I think this is what you'll see more of Kelly Johnson next year, not foul balls, but I just felt like in 07 he was in a 3-1 count the entire year, and he was either coming up with hits or getting walks or driving the ball somewhere hard. Good changeup right there and got him swinging.
Great pitch.
So last day of the season, Detroit and Minnesota tied. How tense is that? Not playing one another. So you got to play and look at the scoreboard. And here's what's happening. Detroit is up 5-3 in the 8th at home against the White Sox, and Minnesota is up 7-zip in the 4th. If those two scores hold, then Tuesday there will be a playoff game
in Minnesota. Minnesota rallied yesterday to beat Kansas City, but they've been scoring a ton of runs. And didn't they just take 3 out of 4 from Detroit in Detroit?
Yeah.
Twins in Detroit were 2-2 in that 4-game series.
I thought it was.
We'll have to check it out.
All right, we'll double check that. The other thing that the Twins are fighting for, the life of the Metrodome. If they don't win either today or in the playoff game, whatever game they don't win will be the last baseball game ever played in the Metrodome. Inside corner. Salmons didn't like the call. That's the inning.
It's kind of sad. I played in the very first game played there. It can't be that old.
Yes, it can. One, Tim Hudson and J.D. Martin both pitched well. McLeod providing the Braves run, Dunn the Nationals run. How about our backup catcher between innings doing some warming up? There he is. Think he's ever played that position? You think he played it when he was a kid?
No. I'm going to go right out there and say no.
Okay. Whose glove did he have? Was it Salmon's?
I don't know, but he's putting on a batting glove at the moment.
How about it?
Pitcher due up first in the 8th.
Pete Orr now, and first offering from Moylan misses the mark. Our Sherwin-Williams pitching change. And what a year for this guy. 87th appearance. Ground ball right at Kelly Johnson. He got off to a little bit of a rough start at the beginning of the year, but he was just so dependable.
I think he got off to a little bit of a rough start because he may have forced his way onto the staff with his work in spring training when maybe he wasn't still 100% physically from the surgery. But as the season went on, he got better and better. In the second half, he's been amazing. Franchise record for most appearances.
He barely pitched last year because of missing the season with Tommy John surgery. Went too far. That's a strike. But I would say this: if you were to stack up maybe the 15 or 20 best non-closers since 2007, Peter Moylan would have to be on that list.
Absolutely.
One of the top relievers in baseball. Non-closing relievers. And I think a guy that could close. You've talked about that.
Not even close. I think he can, if things work out where the Braves elect not to re-sign Soriano, elect not to sign Mike Gonzalez, or even if they do sign one of those guys, I think he is still a viable candidate to be the closer next year based on the way he's pitched.
Missed with the sinker, and there's one away. I want to thank some more of our camera guys. Who you got for us now, Gary? See my, there's our man Devin. Thanks for all your hard work this year, D. Tommy.
Thank you, partner.
Thanks, buddy. Some guys that aren't here.
Yeah, some guys aren't working today, like Tex Fay, Ryan Chapman, Andy Ransom, our pal Jerry Krause,
Nate Spearman. To the hole, Escobar leaps, fires for one, on to first. Oh, how do you like that? That was pretty. Unell, Kelly, and Adam hooking up 6-4-3. And Moylan gets some help from the defense.
It's a pretty one. Big league double play right here, folks, in the last day of the season.
Gorgeous. and Joe Simpson. And it'll be Chipper Jones to pinch hit. All right, now let me ask you a question. He always looks so smooth and easy and calm and collected. Is he doing anything right now other than trying to hit a homer?
I would hope not. Big swing there would say that's what he's thinking.
I think it's starting to rain a little bit.
Huh. Sure is.
Dave Baker giving me the sign for it's raining. Nice pitch.
Why is that a good pitch? I mean, he's got so much moving toward you with that arm swing and glove. And then the ball just doesn't come at the same pace as the arm action does.
Base hit left field. And the go-ahead run is aboard.
That way to end your season. 300 career hitter. 2,400 hits. That's number 2406.
Here's Nate McLeod in our Air Tran How Far Did It Fly home run. Big giant plane across your screen. Big giant home run.
And it was a long one. 404 feet.
In our Air Tran How Far Did It Fly, brought to you by Laser Baker. Bunted towards first. Clippard will put the tag on McLeod. Chipper down to second.
Kansas City's on the board, but just with one run. It's 7-1 Minnesota in the fourth. Braves have lost the first 3 games of this series and have lost 5 in a row overall. But part of the reason for this series, just 3 for 28 hitting with runners in scoring position in the first 3 games, plus today, 0 for 2 today.
Been so good in that department all year, but just not down in this little stretch to finish the season.
Was good on the road, Boog, leading right up to this homestand when they started with the Marlins, and then it kind of went quiet once they were eliminated. Of course, that kind of took the edge off some of the importance of each at bat with runners in scoring position, but when they got home, they got cold.
Pedor gobbles it up. Throws out Infante, and there's 2 down. And it'll bring up Martin Prado, the subject of our Lincoln player profile. It's been fun watching him make his mark this year.
As you might suspect, career highs in games played, and that goes with his home runs and RBIs. 317 average since he was put into the lineup to stay, and a very good slugging percentage too for a second baseman, where he has played most of his games. And he's had some big hits to win games, not just homers, but just key hits, and he could use one here.
Tied at 1, each side a run on 7 hits, no errors. Soriano getting loose. Go ahead run at second.
First base open.
Clippard ready. Prado waits. 2-2. Martin gave Bobby Cox that versatility. I think the ability to play first when they really didn't have a right-handed hitter to platoon some with Casey Kochman early in the year, that helped out a lot.
Gave them an advantage where they could use a right-handed hitter in there at times against a tough lefty.
Fly ball center field, well hit. Maxwell on the move, racing back, and he hauls it in. Nice running catch by Justin Maxwell, and he took extra bases from Martin Prado. Braves get the leadoff man aboard, can't cash it in. We'll go to the ninth. And another star pitching performance brought to you by Texaco and Tim Hudson.
Great outing for him, a season-high 7 strikeouts. Walked a couple, gave up only 1 run, and that wasn't until the 7th inning. But he has proven by being able to throw all his pitches and throw them effectively that he's back and ready for 2010. He also had some fun with Pete Orr earlier today. Pete Orr came up with an out, nobody on, and I think he threw him like a knuckleball. Yeah. You could see the grip on the ball as he let it go there, a little knuckleball. And Pete checked his swing and then looked out at Tim, and Tim had this big grin on his face.
So Soriano into the game. We go to the 9th. 1-1 score. Bard Gonzalez Padilla scheduled. Sherwin-Williams pitching change. Good year for this guy. 101 strikeouts in 74 2/3.
Always contend that if you want to be a closer, you got to throw strikes. 101 strikeouts to 26 walks. Very nice.
Popped up, shallow left as Escobar wanders out. Makes the call and the grab.
Some more acknowledgments, Boog, for our pals in the truck, our graphics people. the one we like to call Ashley in a Can Kerbis. Paul Krause, Richard Houston, Julia Saccotti, and Julie James, thank you very much for all you do. Great work.
Got to thank our videotape guys as well. Mike Winslow, Bill Word, Mike Pelkey, Howard Feinberg, Deirdre Werner, and Kyle Mims. Roll red, roll Z, gold, roll X. Tigers, by the way, have won 5-3. And they await the conclusion of the Minnesota-Kansas City game that's only in the bottom of the fourth, but it is 7-1 Minnesota. Kubel's hit 2 homers. He's got 27.
There are so many guys in the American League that have hit 27, 28, 29 homers that it's like, yeah, okay. There's a ton of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's the depth to those lineups when you're talking about, you know, in the Angels, a guy like Juan Rivera has 25 homers, you know. Brandon Inge has 27 for the Tigers. I mean, Robinson Cano is 25 for the Yankees. Luke Scott has 25 for the Orioles.
Wow.
Miguel Olivo has 23 for Kansas City.
Miguel Olivo?
Yes.
Huh.
Jose Lopez of the Mariners, 25. Did I mention Miguel Olivo?
Yeah.
Good battle going on right here.
Miguel Olivo was doing a great job in the National League as a backup catcher.
That is correct. 9th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Ball 4. They're going to use Josh Willingham to hit in this spot. And while we have a moment, I want to thank the folks back at our Fox offices. Kendall Boo, Aaron Carlson, Julia Zell, John Klein. And as well, got to thank Hammond Reynolds, Rowan Backfish, Jeff Gentner. Thanks for all your support, guys.
Hear, hear.
Up and into Willingham. Willingham's got such a good last name because you can go multiple nicknames on him. You could call him Willie or you could call him Hammer.
Mm-hmm.
How now, Willie? How Willie? Willie? Hammer? How now, Hammer?
JW.
Where's that?
He kind of grabbed at his back after that swing, and he's had some back problems
Throughout his career, that's really been the thing that has slowed him down. It's been a tough year for Josh Willingham. He has been productive, but earlier in the season, some personal tragedy, lost his brother who died in a car accident. And I can't even imagine what that would be like during the season to deal with.
very, very difficult
To deal with, period.
Yeah.
Forget about during the season.
Right.
And I know we say it a lot, but he's one of the good guys. I mean, just real friendly. Played his college baseball in North Alabama, and always there to greet you with a smile.
And it looked like he was ready to turn and head back to the dugout on that too.
he was waiting for Mike DeMuro to ring him up. Got him swinging. Snap throw to first isn't in time.
Hi, Hammer.
Did you hear it, huh, Hammer? Two outs, man at first. They're going to hit Christian Guzman in this spot. Christian Guzman this year, he's a good example of a guy you got to be careful evaluating a hitter with batting average, because he's at 285, but his on base is 307. So he hits for a high average. He makes a lot of outs. Walked 16 times the entire year.
16.
And he has 530 at bats.
Wow. Look out in the corner of the dugout.
Braves and Nationals tied at 1. Braves got a run in the bottom of the 6th on the McLeod homer in the 7th. The Nationals tied the score on a Dunn pinch hit RBI single. That's been all the offense today. J.D. Martin, Tim Hudson both pitched well.
It's been a fast game to this point too, and not unusual for the last game of the season. I remember a game that the Mariners played in Toronto against the Blue Jays back in the olden days that was like an hour and 20-minute game, I think. Hour 30 maybe.
On the final game of the year?
Yeah.
A little dribbler that Soriano collects and will go to first. And that's the inning. He pitches around the walk. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. The Braves will try and win it. Gamecocks SEC football in sparkling high definition. It all starts Saturday, October 10th. 12:30 Eastern, only on Fox Sports South. Can't see that well. Who's playing? There's Josh Willingham into the game, or will stay in the game. Is Joe Vencius going to be producing that affair? Joe Vencius and Bill Cochran on that game. Roll red. Sherwin-Williams pitching change.
This guy's been in a bunch of games too. A lot of walks to strikeouts for him though.
To third. Orr was playing off the line and right where Anderson hit it.
Right at him.
Adam LaRoche, 1 out of 3.
Adam with a chance to send this crowd of 36,000 plus home happy.
If you're wondering, by the way, no walk-off homers this year. None?
No. Time for one, isn't it?
I'm in. They got the wave working something fierce here at Turner Field. Fan Appreciation Weekend. Fans coming to the ballpark, and if you're in a certain seat, you get an autographed baseball. Lots of different giveaways. Fireworks over the weekend. The Jesse James concert. Creedence Clearwater Revisited. And LaRoche down on strikes. What do you have there?
I was just thinking about the people who travel with us on a daily basis. When we sit down here in these seats and do this many games, you got to have a good support staff, and we have had all year long. Day to day, Joe Vencius, our producer, Andy Pollock, a producer, Gary Lehman, who's here today and here virtually every day to direct, along with Billy Moore and Rick LaCivita. You mentioned Bill Cochran earlier, Chris Conley too, Jay Hoover, who also produced some games for us, and we appreciate that. And Gretchen Caney, who stymied us at every opportunity.
Every single one.
On Aflac.
I mean, if we played
the cruel and talented.
That's
Gretchen
right.
Caney.
If we played a game 163, I'm telling you the Aflac trivia question would have been, I'm thinking of a number from 1 to 10.
Well, that was pretty ingenious today about just name a Met. What we didn't realize was, as funny as we thought it was going to be simple,
yes,
turns out to be we had to make it her Met.
Her Met.
Mm-hmm.
She's delighted. Got to thank Laser Baker. Huge help for us up here in the booth. And delights us, by the way. Supplies the comedy.
Yes, he does. Keeps it loose.
He's got all his signals. There's Laser Baker. Baker, show him that it's raining, but show him pinch runner.
Show him your wand. Show him the wand. Pull the wand out. No. Grab it. Here. Yeah. Dave, when he's got his rosters up there, so he holds this up, and he's got a name outlined in there, so that might say Rafael Soriano. But if we've got a pinch hitter coming up, here, Dave, you can use it.
There you go.
There's the roster. Then all of a sudden we got bullpen Chris Medlin, or on deck we might have Ryan Church.
Right.
Very versatile wand.
Really all stemmed from me being just a giant pain in the butt.
Yes, it did. I can't see who you're pointing at, Dave.
One and two on Kelly Johnson. 1-1 game with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th.
Ooh, good cut.
Kelly's got pop in his bat. There's no doubt. There's some thunder there.
It's a little late on that one. But after that good swing, I can't imagine they'd throw him another fastball.
Ron Vallone staring him down. And Ron Vallone's one of those guys that is just fitting into that long line of Jesse Orozco, Tony Fossas, pitch forever. He made his debut in Seattle when you were still broadcasting there, right?
Seems like it.
Yeah.
Not quite, but almost. No runner at second. It's not like they can get confused on the signs here. Just a disagreement, I guess, over what they want to throw. And while I have the opportunity, I just want to say,
a lot of room in right center field. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets.
It's like a step and a half off the base.
Yeah, come on. He brought the whole wave thing to
just a screeching halt.
Skidding stop because they want to boo him.
Foul ball.
Kelly putting up a good fight here.
Rally caps.
Florida's leading Philadelphia 6-5 in the 7th. If the Braves want to finish in a tie for second, they need some help from Philadelphia.
Another 1-2. Kelly lays off. When you're playing in a game like this, are you locked in, or are you actually thinking about the season ends today?
Both.
High High fly ball right field. Well hit. That one is foul.
Oh.
Wow, did he just miss that?
Well, that'd have been a nice way to end it. No, you don't want to give up at bats. You know it's the last day of the season. There's that high fastball and just a little too quick on it.
Top six, it's now 8-2 Twins. Tigers have already won. Both Delman Young and Jason Kubel have hit 2 home runs today. Rondalone in no rush. Wants to make sure that Escobar stays close. Kind of a defensive swing there as Kelly got a piece. 2-2, it stays. They fire up some Bee Gees, Staying Alive.
Making him work. Got the fastball he wanted and pulled it foul. Maybe he'll get another one.
Drop down on him. And that pop is gloved by Gonzalez. And here in game 162, we're going to play extra baseball. 1-1, we're going to the 10th. Enjoying some great seasons from some of their young players. How about those two guys right there? Tommy Hanson, Jair Jurgens, great futures for both of them. Tommy came up in early June and he was great.
Hanson goes 11-4. Jurgens finishes at 14-10. Both have ERAs in the 2s. And I think you used the term two guys. No team, and you're talking about it in the tease at the beginning of the broadcast, no team has two better young pitchers to build around than those two, and that's right on.
That was a great tease Mike Pelkey put together.
And the concerns last year about Jurgens and too many innings and what have you, I mean, he was strong enough this year to finish strong, won 5-1 in his last 6 or 7 starts.
Tommy's got a real good chance at Rookie of the Year.
He does indeed.
And here's his buddy, Chris Medlin. And I don't think it's being a homer guy. I think this guy's got a bright future. I think he's got a chance to be a significant contributor next year and for years to come. And I don't know whether it'll be in the pen or in the rotation. These are Sherwin-Williams pitching change.
I don't either, but he's going to be a part of it. There might be some people coming to knock on Frank Wren's door, theoretically, to inquire about his availability in the offseason.
Two balls and a strike. Maxwell. Season done for Garrett Anderson, and Reed Gurecki takes over in left field. Got him. Maxwell didn't like the call. DeMuro rings him up.
Came back. Got a lot of the plate. Good pitch. Third strikeout of the day for Maxwell.
Talk about this idea, though. And I know it's game 162, so it's a little different. But for as simple as it may seem for guys to say, hey, Mike DeMuro's got a big strike zone, you got to swing the bat. Don't you have your own internal strike zone that you've already registered in your head? And it's hard to adjust that game to game, at bat to at bat.
No, you're not going to go up there and just start swinging wildly just because you think he might have a wide zone. Good changeup. No, it's like what you asked me a minute ago. Is this game 162? It doesn't mean anything in the big picture standings wise, really, but except for the second place effort that the Braves would like to certainly finish second. Nobody's going to go out there and go through the motions. They're too professional about it.
Medlin back to work. Hit hard, fair ball, that's down the line. And Gurecki over to pick it up. Desmond's got a double just inside the base.
He's had a good series. 5 hits in the 4 games, including a couple of homers. Including a homer, I should say. But just over the bag, and the potential go-ahead run is on.
Braves just got Kawakami up in the bullpen. Pete Orr at the plate with 1 out. Go-ahead runs out there at second.
Braves will have their 13th spring training at Disney's Wide World of Sports next year. Hard to believe that it will be 13 times.
Popped up, Escobar. Nunell's got it, 2 away.
And speaking of spring training, Braves fans, join the Braves in sunny Florida for the 2010 spring training. Plan for the best baseball vacation ever with new lower prices for 2010. Go to Braves.com/spring travel or call 1-800-892-7687.
I would say in the Grapefruit League, it is one of the best facilities to see a game. And just spring training overall, if you've never been, it's a great atmosphere.
Really good atmosphere, and the Braves are fortunate too to have such a wonderful place to train and have all their minor leagues right there in the same complex. Braves wrap up their spring training next year, as they always do, back here at Turner Field with a couple of exhibition games. They'll have the White Sox here this year. And then, oddly enough, then they start the season with the Cubs.
Going all Chicago. And it's only 3 at home to start, right? And then hit the road.
Yeah, hit the road. They actually don't play a game against the National League East until the 20th of April. Now, this is all subject to change. The schedule could be modified a little bit, but right now, the 20th of April at home against Philadelphia, the first NL East action. Three at home, as you said, and then go west to San Francisco and San Diego before coming home to play Colorado and the Phillies.
That's an odd trip. I can't ever remember doing San Diego not being connected to LA.
Ever. I don't ever remember that.
2-2 now.
The All-Star game next year is in Anaheim, July 13th.
Oh. Win, Daddy. We need a win.
Now, if you have a daughter, you know exactly what that's like, being told what to say and when to say it.
Up the middle, Kelly Johnson gets his hands on it, and that's the inning. Good work by Medlin to strand the one-out double. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th.
Oh, we were going to have a pool over who made the last out. LaRoche.
Looks like Salmons, then Norton, then McLouth.
Minnesota up 8-4 in the 6th.
Oh my. I think Carl Pavano was going on 3 days rest in that game. By the way, I want to say thanks to all the folks on Facebook who have followed us all season long. We accumulated almost 21,000 fans on our page, and it's been fun. And I try my best to fire something up there. I know I've been slacking as the season's gone on, but I do have the page open, and I am throwing the love at you. Clint Salmons, left field.
Go ball. Got in on him just a little bit.
Greg Norton off the bench yesterday. RBI single.
Only his 15th at bat here right-handed. 4 for 14 right-handed. I will say this, and this is meant as no disrespect to Greg Norton, because I don't know where he will be next year. He might be back here. He might be with another team. But at his age, 37, the thought, I would venture to say, crosses his mind, this might well be his last at bat in the big leagues.
Sure. Inside. You know, it's funny about his left-right splits, because in his career and last year they were the total reverse. He had 289 against righties last year, 192 against lefties.
Huh.
Laid off, and the winning run is aboard. So Norton takes his base. Nate McLeod in the 6th. Supplied the first run of the game.
And the only run for Atlanta at this point.
Time called. Jim Riggleman out of the dugout.
Greg Norton's not a threat to run. So maybe Riggleman, when he called in Morse from first base, he's going to have him play behind him. I'm not sure why it would require all the other infielders to come in. But we'll see how they defend him with McLeod up there. No, they're going to hold him on.
So the hole on the right side. Jason Bergman is up in the Nationals' pen. McLeod this year bothered by some hamstring issues. Spent a turn on the DL. Pop foul back our way.
Bobby Cox back for 2010. That was good news. And in some respects, Boog, that might help Frank Wren and his staff when they're trying to sign or recruit free agents when they know Bobby's going to be here.
Yeah, Frank made the point with us in the 6th that, you know, going into next season, there's going to be a lot of optimism, and that should help in fortifying this team. McLeod down on strikes, 2 away. Jim Riggleman out of the dugout makes the point to the pen, and Omar Infante will not face the left-hander. Tied at 1 in the 10th.
Bergman Bergman.
That's
isn't it?
Bergman. That's not McDougal.
Jason Bergman worked a couple of days ago, third of an inning. Sherwin-Williams pitching change. Came in to face Brian McCann and struck him out. Again, a guy who they can't figure out what his best spot is. Closing, starting, middle relief. He has flashes of brilliance and then goes a week and can't get anybody out.
First one to Infante misses. Omar today has doubled, line to left, fly to left, and bounced to third. Great versatility. Obviously wasn't quite the same after coming back when he was hit by a pitch on that left hand, but third, short, left, center, right.
Guys like Omar are hard to find that can play either of the middle infield positions along with the other spots he can go to and provide you some power too. Has some pop in his bat.
Norton is the runner at first. He walked with one out. Slider is a strike. It's 3-2.
3-1 breaking ball. And Omar getting out of the way. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, it's kind of backing up.
Yeah. I don't think that ever had the plate.
Well, here we go. 3-2 with 2 outs. Norton will be on the move. See what they give Omar.
Work it, Melvin. Melvin the usher took part today in the dance-off.
Swing and a miss, and that's the inning. So Bergman comes in, gets Infante. Braves leave a man. We'll go to the 11th. Tied at 1. Well, welcome aboard. Good to have you. Sherwin-Williams pitching change. And Kawakami with his 32nd appearance down the stretch appeared mainly as a reliever once Tim Hudson joined the rotation. They are playing the Joe Simpson anthem Jump Around by House of Pain.
One of my favorites.
I know it. Pack it up, pack it in, let me begin. I came to win, battle me, that's a sin.
Glad you knew the words.
There's a leg kick. Rivaled your leg kick, Steve Angel. It'll be Morstan, Bard, and then Gonzalez against Kawakami. A run, 8 hits, no errors for both sides.
I stopped by to see Kenshin today at his locker before the game. Tell him goodbye, congratulations on a good year. And his interpreter, Daichi, wasn't close by. But I said, I will see you next year. And he said, yes, next year. Good. And Daichi came running over, but it was like, okay, we got it. We got it covered.
We're good.
But Kenshin, a class act all the way. Been a pleasure to have on the team and be around him.
Slicing fly ball, and that one will drift out of play. Talked with some of the Japanese reporters that are around him on a daily basis, and they all really rave about how respectful he is and what a good guy he is. It cannot be easy coming over and making the adjustment on the field and off the field.
Well, the media people have been here for, well, since spring training, 7 months. They get a chance to go home. They're probably anxious to do that. Daichi will go back to L.A. He's not from Atlanta, the interpreter. He'll go back to L.A. for the winter.
It's interesting how the Japanese media does it, though. They just basically cover the individual Japanese players. So there's a group around the Mariners that covers Ichiro, and I think a couple of the media members that are here with the Braves covering Kawakami are going to be around the Yankees covering Matsui in the postseason. That one just out of the reach of LaRoche. It's a fair ball, and Infante has it bounce past him, but I don't think Morse saw it, and he'll stop at second, probably wisely so.
I don't think Morse picked up his third base coach like he should have, or he might have wound up on third.
Thing was like in slow motion down the line, right off the end of the bat. Morse didn't even run right away.
No, just out of the reach of Adam. By the time he never did look at his coach, so he was looking over his shoulder, and that really cost him. Might have cost him a base.
Bunted, and they'll go to third. Dead duck. Mike Moore's tagged out. Salmon's telling him the whole way.
He gave us a good bunter and was sent up there to pinch hit for Bard just to move the runner up, but he bunted it right back to Kenshin. Good fastball running in on him, and he bunted it too hard. Kenshin, a good fielding pitcher. One of the things I've appreciated about him during the course of the season, like on comebackers, where he's got to field the ball and throw to second to start a double play, he's like another infielder, throwing from just about any position he has to throw the ball.
Well, he lands in pretty good fielding position. Probably a little bit of a stretch, but the guy who was his idol, arguably the best fielding pitcher of all time, Greg Maddux. He had a Greg Maddux jersey T-shirt when he was younger, and that's the guy that he just absolutely loved. He got a chance to meet him on Greg Maddux night, but it was for a brief moment. And I don't think that Daichi, and I understand, I mean, I think Kawakami was a little shy about it, but I don't think it was ever completely related to Greg how big a fan Kawakami was of Greg Maddux. So hopefully they get a chance to cross paths again and maybe chat via Daichi or an interpreter at some point, because I know he was excited when he did get a chance briefly to meet Maddux this year.
When we had Greg up here with us on that day afterwards, I remember telling him, I said, have you had a chance to go to the clubhouse at all? And he goes, yeah, briefly. And I said, well, if you go back, make sure you say hello to Kenshin Kawakami because he's a huge fan. He goes, really? You know, like he was surprised that anybody would think that highly of him. So maybe that was when Greg went down there, even if it was just for a second.
That is one of the funny things about Greg Maddux. Genuinely surprised by it, and yet he's cemented his legacy right now as probably one of the 10 best pitchers ever. Why would he want to meet me? Nice turn right there. Easy. Escobar, Johnson, LaRoche. We go to the bottom of the 11th. Braves will try and win 1-1.
I love little rubber ducks, old pickup trucks.
Game 162. It's like game 162 and an eighth.
Yeah. Bonus cantos.
Some changes. Will Nieves stays in the game. And now pitching for the Nationals. That guy, Saul Rivera.
Braves hope they can carve out a run against Mr. Rivera here and put this game and this season to rest.
Sherwin-Williams pitching change.
Phillies in Florida have tied their game up. They might be headed for extra innings. Phillies batting in the bottom of the ninth.
Orioles and the Jays played 11. Orioles won 5-4. That's good info from Joe B.
Hey, now, Jorge De La Rosa for the Rockies.
Yes.
Had to come out early yesterday, is that right? With tweaked his groin. That could send shockwaves through the Rockies rotation.
Well, here's the other thing. Pop up foul ground. Prado bangs the bat in frustration, and Morse will make the play. The Dodgers, Hiroki Kuroda's done. Not going to pitch in the postseason because of a herniated disc.
Really?
At least that's what it looks like. And, you know, they're scrambling a little bit in terms of where their starting pitching is at the moment.
Oh, you said the other day that Randy Wolf's their ace right now.
Yep.
Pitching better than Kershaw.
Kershaw pitched well last night as the Dodgers clinched the West.
And they will open up at home with the Cardinals and Chris Carpenter. Reed Gurecki has not yet hit a major league homer.
Foul ground. Morse runs out of room.
It was in New York, though, that he got his first major league hit, right?
Yep.
In front of a lot of family and friends at Citi Field.
Catch a foul ball, break a nail. It's a fair trade.
Sure is. Nice play. And she's got
a bat too.
Wow.
It's a big day.
Somebody gets rid of their old gloves. She's in good shape.
Climbed the ladder on him, struck him out. Gurecki down on strikes.
I know what's on Adam LaRoche's mind.
Homa?
Yep. He's ready to get home and do some deer hunting.
LaRoche today, 1 out of 4. It was fun having Adam around. A roller right side, and Rivera gets over, steps on the base. Hey, we're going to the 12th. You're never getting rid of me, Simpson. We're tied at 1.
Now they're getting it.
Is the Twins game a final?
Negative.
9-4 midway in the 7th. Base hit left field. Tigers have already won.
Ryan Zimmerman was in the on-deck circle. But now Rivera's going to hit for himself and try to bunt the runner up.
Why wouldn't you use a starting pitcher to bunt here?
He wants to leave Rivera in the pitch.
Never mind. Good enough reason.
Yeah, he does a good job. So there.
Not bad.
Can anyone beat the Yankees in the American League playoffs?
I'm not sure. I'm really not. Justin Maxwell with a man at second. I'm not sure, but it's going to be somebody that's going to have to pitch some, because I think the way that they're going to win is by just clubbing people.
Yeah. Well, they have season records against Detroit and Minnesota that are pretty good. I think they've only lost a couple of games, one to each team, as I recall. But Detroit can fire some pretty good starting pitching at you. And they could make it hard on the Yankees if they pitch well, as you just pointed out.
But it's just tough top to bottom, that lineup. You don't have a lot of chance to breathe.
Good thing for the Yankees is that if there is a playoff game, and it looks like there will be, either the Twins or the Tigers are going to have to throw one of their frontline guys, and that might really throw their rotation in disarray for the playoffs.
All right, let me ask you this. The Yankees, because the AL has home field and they have the best record, they get to choose what series they play in. So if you're the Yankees, you can play Wednesday, or you can have the late starting series and start on Thursday. What would you do?
Well, Joe Girardi told Chip Carey that their plan all along had been to play Wednesday.
Nice pitch. Got him.
So that would put even more, and I don't blame the Yankees for doing that, make them play right into Wednesday after a playoff game Tuesday that probably won't start until around 4 or 5 o'clock.
Never works the way you think it's going to work. Back in 2006, Tigers lost game 1 at Yankee Stadium, reeled off 3 straight wins, and eliminated New York. And back then, the Yankees had, I think at the time, one of the best lineups we've seen in recent memory.
Is that when Sheffield was still there? Yeah.
They had Sheffield, they had Abreu, A-Rod, Posada in his prime. You know, whatever you think about Giambi, he had some really good years. That one in the dirt, Salmons couldn't find it for a second. And Willingham down to third.
Where'd this get Clint? Yeah, on the arm. Breaking ball bounced. He was making a diving effort, and it came back and hit him in the arm. He got a piece of it. Clint reminding Martin at third base. Be alive for the bunt with Desmond.
Desmond a double his last time. Line drive right field, charging in Infante. Did he make the grab? He did. What a catch. And Omar keeps us tied at 1-1.
Made a great catch and never lost his gum. And held on. What a play.
Guy who has not played a lot of right field this year and just scraped it off the turf. Well, that right there, part of a number of great plays in 2009. Let's take a look at some of them. The glove, here comes the runner. Saul Rivera continues on the hill. Omar Infante, nice grab. Keep us tied up at 1-1. We're in the bottom of the 12th.
I would say that over the course of the year, there were just a couple of little 2, 3, 4 game swings where the Braves defense had some lapses. But other than that, it's been solid all year. And I think next year, having McLouth in center field for the whole season, Escobar with another year under his belt, Prado with a full season at second base, their defense is going to get that much better.
Check swing roller that Rivera handles. Escobar is out, one away.
Those two guys still available on the bench. Go to the 10th at Citizens Bank Park in Philly.
Braves trying to come up with win number 87, hoping for a Phillies victory and sole possession of second place to end the year. Outside.
about that flyover today before the game?
Outstanding.
That was unexpected and awesome.
Kelly's 3 for 8 against this guy. Got a piece of that. 2-2. Here's a look at that.
Great timing, too, right at the end of the national anthem.
That's awesome.
We used the jet sound to cover up the exclamation of Kelly fouling that ball off his foot.
Two. Morse knocks it down. Rivera's there.
Nice play. Guarding the line, and otherwise that would have been an extra base hit for Johnson.
Clint Salmons. Is there a little element of it where you have so many guys in a spot like this going up there trying to pull the Happy Gilmore swing that works kind of counter to what you're trying to do?
There's definitely some of that, especially with 2 out. No reason not to try to lift and separate one. If you're leading off the inning, not so much.
And as if on cue, they played, "You can do it." Broken bat liner, base hit. Winning run is aboard. And here comes Brian McCann. One other look.
It'd be a good note for Clint Salmons to end his season if McCann can bring him around here.
Brian at 281, 21 homers, 94 knocked in. And success against Rivera. Brian likely to have a redo of that LASIK surgery, so he won't have to deal with the glasses next year. He's put up good numbers, and the glasses have been a pain in the neck. Hit in the air, right field, towards the corner. And foul.
Yeah, I'd say he's dealt with it okay, but he doesn't want to have to do that again next season.
You touched on it the other night. There have absolutely been instances where Brian has been at the plate, taken a pitch, stepped out of the box, wiped off his glasses, and essentially what has happened right there is he can't see the pitch because he's sweating. His glasses are either wet or fogged up, so it's almost like he has to concede the pitch.
Yep. Rather than take a chance and swinging at what he thinks he sees.
Oh, and 2. Salmons at first. Got a pretty good pitch to hit there. It was a little tardy.
Yeah, he did it. Fastball and under it, a little late. But again, trying to lift something. Clint's got good speed for a catcher, and Brian can find a gap somewhere. That might be the winner.
Rivera deals. And they try to get McCann to chase a ball upstairs.
Braves are also 40-40 at home. They'd like to finish with a winning record at Turner Field.
It's a game 162 marathon at Turner Field. Now let's see what they go with. Two.
Couple of fastballs. One was up shoulder high that he wouldn't chase, and laid off that one that was up and away.
McLouth would be next if McCann reaches and the inning continues. Fans get on their feet. 3-2, 2 outs, tied at 1, bottom 12. And a little roller back to the mound. Rivera throws him out and will play 13. Still tied at 1 here in Atlanta. A 1-1. Tim Hudson, J.D. Martin both pitched well. Just hasn't been a lot of offense in this one. McLouth, a solo homer. Dunn, a pinch hit RBI single. And that's really all we've had. It's not as if this one's been loaded with scoring opportunities, Joe Simpson.
Nor has it been loaded with, a ton of strikeouts by some one dominating pitcher. Tim Hudson was very good, though. 7 innings, 7 strikeouts. And he gave up just the 1 run in the 7th. Sherwin-Williams pitching change, and O'Flaherty becomes the 6th pitcher of the day for Atlanta.
This guy did good, solid work this year. He'll face Pete Orr. The middle, Kelly handles the chance, throws off balance. Good play. Joe, Eric O'Flaherty, a guy that handles the lefties, but one of the things you got to like about him, the entire year gave up 6 extra base hits. So when you look at his total numbers, he appeared in 77 games before this one. In 55 1/3, he gave up 52 hits. But of the 52 hits, 46 of them are singles. And I don't know whether that's a repeatable ability, but the one other full year he had in Seattle, he didn't give up a lot of extra base hits.
That's impressive. I mean, and typically you're going to, not all the time, but you're going to be coming in with some guys on base. And that just is a reflection that he's not giving up a lot of big hits to drive in a ton of somebody else's runs.
Yeah, late stages, close game. You don't want walks. You'd like to get strikeouts. You like to keep the ball in the park. Dukes hits this in the air, left center field. McLeod cutting across.
Got that off the end of the bat just a little bit.
Did you think I had jinxed him?
No, I didn't. Saw the wind blowing in. Knew you were going to be okay.
Who's the favorite in the National League?
In the playoffs? Oh.
I mean, there isn't one, right?
You said earlier that the division winners are not really tearing it up coming to the finish line. The Phillies and Cardinals have had more time to get their rotations in order, rest some regulars if they need to. But I always like who's playing the best baseball right now, and right now it's Colorado. They've been the hottest.
Broken bat, pop up, and it'll land foul.
I can see their series with Philadelphia going the distance, though, 5 games.
It's funny because that series in 2007,
right?
It played like a Cardinal Braves series from the early 90s. It was not 9-8, right? I mean, those games were dominated by pitching.
Dominated by the Rockies to be
pitching.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, they had Francis then, too, who was their ace, and I think had won 17 or 18 games that year. But I'll tell you what they did to Philadelphia and what they're certainly capable of doing again. They controlled Chase Utley and Ryan Howard.
Yeah.
Chase Utley had a horrible series.
Morse down on strikes, and O'Flaherty comes in. And Eric gets him 1, 2, 3. We'll go to the bottom of the 13th. Will it be lucky number 13 for the Braves? At the conclusion of this game, it'll be Braves Live. Ronnie Gant, Fred Hickman, and Jerome Jurinovich. They'll have it all for you. The wrap-up of Game 162. Nate McLeod shortening to bunt. And ball one to the leadoff man. So the Braves have the top of the order in the 13th. A run, 10 hits, no errors for the Nats. 1-9-0 for the Braves. McLeod hits it in the air, left center field. Pretty well hit. Maxwell back and he hauls it in. Oh. Man.
Yeah, I thought so too. Yeah. Got some good extension on it. Just hit it to a deep part of the ballpark. Fans are into it.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of them have stuck around. In fact, a huge portion of them.
Yeah. They really have hung in there.
Yeah, last game of the year, they want to see some more.
Waiting for Creedence Clearwater Revisited. Infante ropes that one left center field. Maxwell can't get it. It'll hop into the stands. Automatic double. Here we go.
Two good swings on Saul Rivera this inning because he's left the ball up. One that stayed in the park, one that bounced out.
They're going to intentionally walk Martin Prado. And Reed Gurecki will get the chance to be a hero. Phillies beat the Marlins 7-6.
Second place is there for the taking. At least a tie for second.
It will not be Reed Gurecki. It's going to be Brooks Conrad.
We showed you a minute ago a home run that Brooks Conrad hit in Washington earlier this year. That was a huge hit right after he had come up. Get another game winner right here. Braves are 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position this inning, or excuse me, this game, and 3 for 30 in the series.
So Brooks Conrad will step to the plate. All right, here's what I got for you, Simpson. You ready? Conrad wearing number 26. We're in the 13th inning. 26 is 2 times 13. You double up 13 with a single. The Braves will double up the Nats for a win.
Yeah.
We're reaching. Give me some coffee.
It's a little stretch. I'll go with it.
All right.
How about this one? He's 26. 2 + 6 is 8, and it's almost 8 o'clock.
I like that better. 0-1 to Conrad, trying to be a hero. Broken bat, center field. Maxwell is there. He's got it, and Infante will stay put.
Maxwell's got a pretty good arm. Saw that earlier today. Gunned out Prado trying to advance to third base.
So it'll be left up to Adam LaRoche.
I picked Adam to be the hero about 4 innings ago. So
you did?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with it.
On the air?
No, it was between innings.
Okay.
I was asked by the truck, who do you think is going to be the hero? And I said, LaRoche.
Girls have the tomahawk chop going. They believe that LaRoche will be the player of the game.
Must be in the 18th inning when it happens.
We're going to go to the 14th. Nice job, Karnak. They were just invited to move down, get closer to the field for the concert. And a lot of movement on the field. Martin Prado goes from third to right. Infante from right to left. And Brooks Conrad at third base.
I wonder whose glove Martin has. It looks like he's got a peach basket on his left hand.
Man, that is a butterfly catcher right there, isn't it?
Wow.
Does it have a name on it?
I don't know, but if it's somebody else's and he's spitting in it, that's not a good thing.
Put that two-tone thing. Stop moving, Martin.
He's a little nervous. He's got to make sure he's in the right place.
Manny Acosta taking over on the hill.
First ever appearance in right field.
He does play it some in winter ball, though. Sherwin-Williams pitching change, 36th appearance for Manny, who's fallen behind Nieves 3-0. And he walks him.
For Manny Acosta, there are days where he's as dominating as anybody Bobby Cox calls in from the bullpen. But it's all reliant on his control. That's 18 walks in 36 innings. But he's also got 30 strikeouts.
Well, it's a fastball that you see that'll touch 95, 96, 97.
Yep.
Roger McDowell out to chat with him.
Boone Logan and Vladimir Nunez loosen up behind Acosta. Manny took the loss here yesterday in the 11-inning contest.
By the way, Twins are up 11-4 in the bottom of the 8th against Kansas City. The Tigers have already won. It looks like the matchup will be set Tuesday, Metrodome. Twins, Tigers for the right to get into the playoffs and play the Yankees. And the Phillies in the bottom of the 10th on a Paul Hoover RBI single beat the Marlins. So if the Braves win, they'll finish the year in sole possession of second place. And a tie, I beg your pardon. Yeah, tie. Center field, McLouth drifting back.
Well, Josh Willingham got in the batter's box in a hurry. I mean, think the ball was in McLeod's glove and he was stepping in.
Josh Willingham is third at bat. He entered the game in the 9th as a pinch hitter.
Good save there.
And there's Ryan Zimmerman. Each side a run on 10 hits, no errors. In the 14th inning, final day of the season. Willingham steps out for a moment. Two and one now.
Just checking the rosters here to see who was available for both sides. Who's left? As I see Zimmerman on deck. They still have Willie Harris, Zimmerman, and Jamie Burke on their bench. The Braves still have Ryan Church, David Ross, and Matt Diaz, although I don't think Diaz is available.
No, Matt's not available. Here's a 2-2.
The Nats bullpen, they still have Sean Burnett available, or has he got something wrong with him? I was thinking he had an ailment, but he's still available in their bullpen by the roster. Burnett and Victor Garate, Logan Kinsing, Mike McDougal, Marco Estrada, and Zach Checo Segovia all available.
2-2 on Willingham. Foul ball.
Braves bullpen now. Buddy Carlisle and Vladimir Nunez, Boone Logan and Mike Gonzalez. So there's plenty of pitching left.
Nunez on the left, Logan on the right. The 2-2. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
Yep. And Ryan Zimmerman will hit. So here in the 14th inning, tied at 1.
I'll say this, Boog, you'll always remember your last game.
Yeah, Will. Anything else you feel like talking about?
Wow.
That is smoked into left center field. McLouth racing over to cut it off. And Nieves stopping at third. I would say if that had been a non-catcher, they would have tried it, and I think would have had a pretty good chance to score.
Yeah, Pat Listash was kind of bent over, eyeballing the situation, watching the runner come into third, and he really wanted to send him. Oh, look how he squared that up and just sent a knuckleball out there. Nice play by Nate to cut it off, or the run does score.
Maxwell.
4 strikeouts, 2 walks for Maxwell today. He's got the golden sombrero working. The Nats are 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position today, and 8 for 36 in the series.
Second and third, 2 down, tied at 1. Top 14. Pulled off that slider. These two guys squared off yesterday, and Maxwell won the battle and won the game. Home run the other way, and that was the difference. Nice stop, Clint Salmons.
Clint's quick as a cat back there.
Costa ready.
Pretty good pitch. Talked about Maxwell at the beginning of this series, though, about how he stands off the plate, has long arms. He's 6'5", and likes the ball out away from him. I guess that was wide of the plate. That seemed to be a strike earlier today.
It's been a big zone.
Yeah.
Now a 3-1. And he walks again. So 4 strikeouts, 3 walks, and they're loaded. No place to put Ian Desmond. (1-1). Braves and Nats tied here. It has been a long one at Turner Field. '96, and that one cutting away from Desmond.
Have to throw strikes, got him to chase one that might have been moving off the plate a little bit there. No place to put him, as you said, so you gotta challenge him.
Down the right side, it'll get out of play.
And now 0-2. Make a good pitch.
Got him swinging. Nationals leave him loaded. Manny Acosta pitches his way into, then out of trouble. We'll go to the bottom of the 14th. Still tied. John Shambi and Joe Simpson with you. Sherwin-Williams pitching change. And it's Logan Kensing, the former Marlin.
Okay, those numbers stack up to at least one run. 945, that's a run per inning. 357 average, 17 walks. Okay, I think we're on the right track here.
It's a final in Minnesota. The Twins win, and so the playoff is set. Twins Tigers Tuesday from the Metrodome.
I think we're really on the right track.
I believe that home run was a walk-off homer when Kensing was with the Marlins. We'll double check that. Inside. Line drive to left and a base hit. Winning run on base.
You can pitch it Unell inside if you want, and you can try to move him back off the plate. But if you're doing it for a purpose to try to get in his head a little bit, you're not going to win. Because he comes right back on the next pitch and laces one into left field. A blue darter.
So Unell at first for Kelly Johnson. Kelly got the start today on the final day of 2009. One and one.
Another good play in club level. Clint Sammons is on deck. David Ross is in the dugout with a bat. Pitcher spot due up behind Clint.
Right side. There's 1, 2.
Electing not to bunt. Hurt there. Double play. DP Lane.
So 2 down. And Clint Sammons. Broken bat, back to the mound. Sammons retired. The Braves can't do anything with the leadoff single. We're going to play 15 on the final day of the season. We're still tied at 1. Great to hang with you. center field. Yeah, it's still us. And the Braves go to the pen. Boone Logan will take over on the hill. Sherwin-Williams pitching change. How's your score sheet looking, partner?
I'm down to 2 innings left. I got 2 innings left. I don't think it's going to go that long. I think the Braves are going to win it here in the 15th. But I've already decided that I'm not going to soil another score sheet. I'll get it all on this. And I've decided that I'm not eating any more candy. This could go 28 innings. I'm not eating any more candy. I mean it. Kind of.
Joe Vencius with a good line. He said the Twins just went up on the Tigers in the 4th in their playoff game.
Yeah.
Pete Orr against the big lefty. 94 with the fastball, but it missed, and the count is even. By the way, this is the first time since the Nationals moved back to Washington that they played a 15-inning game. Or down on strikes.
Made him flinch. Pete upset, but perhaps more upset with the fact that he flinched and was getting out of the way of that curveball. See his knees buckle a little bit. Good pitch by Boone Logan.
First one to Dukes misses. Somebody on the Facebook page wants to know what your favorite candy is, Joe.
I've got a couple. We're well stocked in M&Ms right now. But I like Mounds, Butterfingers.
Okay.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Pretty much round me out.
Right.
Hershey's. Hershey Kisses. Milky Ways. How about you?
You know, it's funny. When I started the game, I liked M&Ms.
Yeah.
Somebody else wanted to know if they're going to let me keep the Braves shirts.
Sure. I know you'll wear them with pride.
Logan issues the walk.
Now Dukes has 3 stolen bases. We talked about how he can run, and they've sent him plenty of times, but he's only 3 for 13. He's been thrown out 10 times.
It's not a real good percentage.
No, and he's got a lefty on the mound here. Might be hard for him to get a good jump. Clint's already made a perfect throw today to get Maxwell, who's a fast runner. Not good.
That's about the same percentage of the time that I beat Joe to the M&Ms.
Braves didn't like the first call, which was, I guess, high for a ball, and Morse didn't like that call that he thought was inside. Can't please everybody. I'm surprised strike zone hasn't gotten a little bigger, though, instead of smaller, Boog.
It's odd.
Saw Chris Van Zant out between innings talking to Ron Kulpa a couple of innings ago, and I'm sure that, and that was a half hour ago, I'm sure it had to do with flights for the umpires that they're going to have to change.
Fly ball left field. Infante has it. Morse is out. Dukes back to first.
We talk a lot about, or at times about, how there's a player on the field that's hurt or he's playing out of position and that the ball always finds you. It hasn't found Martin yet.
No.
First ever appearance in right. No action yet. Doesn't take much to make Martin laugh. He's happy. That's a nice thing.
He likes playing. Comes to the park with a smile on his face every day.
And he loves to win.
Ball and no strikes for Will Nieves. Dukes is at first. We're tied at 1 in the 15th inning. Do not adjust your set.
This game was going to be about a 2-hour, 10-minute, 2-hour, 15-minute game.
Yeah.
In 9 innings. But we're at the 4-hour mark now. Two things on the line. Winning streak for the Nationals. They can make it 7 in a row to finish the season. And for the Braves, a win would earn them a tie for second place and a little more money at the pay window at the end of the season for finishing second.
A little flare to right, and that'll fall in front of Prado. Duke stops at second. Nieves with the hit. And so the go-ahead run in scoring position for Alberto Gonzalez. What's the longest game you ever played in?
20 innings.
Oh, baby.
Fenway Park, longest game ever played, Fenway Park. Played 19 innings one day, then the curfew set in. We came back and restarted. Played 1 inning, won the game, and then started the regularly scheduled game.
Line drive, left center field, and that's a base hit. Duke's around third. He'll come in to score. And an RBI single by Alberto Gonzalez. And in the 15th, Washington's taken a 2-1 lead.
High fastball, and he leveled off on it. He was mad his last time up, 2 times ago. He hit into a double play, and he was throwing his helmet, throwing his shin guard. Well, he comes back to make up for it here.
Josh Willingham came into the game in the 9th, and this is his 4th at bat. This is what Jim Riggleman meant by you'll get the day off today.
Yeah.
Here's the 0-2.
Big, broad-shouldered guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's strong.
That nickname front, I think the Hammer's probably the right one.
I would agree. Logan freezes him and the strikeout. That ends the inning. But here in inning number 15, the Nationals get on the board and take a 2-1 lead. So game 162, and the Braves done after this afternoon. And Jerome Jurinovich talked to a number of players, asked them, what are you doing in the offseason? I think David Ross may have something wrong with his hand or his thumb. Because obviously, in this spot, this is where you'd use them, right?
Except that you're out of catchers then. And your emergency catcher, Matt Diaz, has a bad thumb.
That's a good point.
Can't play. I think it's more saving
Gotcha.
David just for that. And of course, Ryan Churchin and his wife just had a baby daughter. Not sure that he's here.
So Kensing will face Javier Vasquez, Nate McLouth, and Omar Infante. 2-13-0 for the Nats, 1-11-0 for the Braves.
Second pinch hit appearance of the year for Javi. He's 0 for 1.
What a great year this guy had. So consistent.
Great addition and a real pro.
Ground ball off the hand of Kensing, out to short, and Desmond makes the play. That was a nice play by Ian Desmond, and I think Kensing's all right.
That had to be hard on Javi coming out of the box too, because whatever amount of running he got in before he got into the box wasn't enough to get him loose. Good play by Desmond.
Kensing's all right as the trainer. Had a quick peek at him. Nate McLouth now. Nate's home run responsible for the only Braves run. See if he can do it again here and tie things up. Kensing ready. Here's a 1-1. Braves at 86 and 75. The Nationals coming into this one 58 and 103.
It's always interesting, though, when you, like Jerome was asking those guys, what are your plans? Going anywhere, taking any trips or whatever? To a man, everybody's, well, I'm going to take about a week or two off. And try to rest up and get the body back.
Well, you know what that's like. End of a year.
It's a long season.
Kensing and a 2-2. Good slider. And the Braves here in 2009 down to their final out.
Took a little off that pitch too. It was effective.
It'll be left up to Omar Infante, who doubled with 1 out in the 13th. But the Braves couldn't get him home. Prado was intentionally walked, and then Conrad popped to center, and LaRoche grounded out.
LaRoche is only 4 batters away, by the way.
Okay.
Load him up for him. See what happens.
Walk-off grand salami time?
Yeah, I think he's still the hero today. He doesn't even know it yet.
By the way, this is going to be pitch number 416 in this game.
And you've done a brilliant job of calling every one of them.
Thank you, sir. Up the middle and a base hit. Lucky number 416, and the tying run is aboard. It's funny because it really feels more like 380. You know?
Yeah. Infante with his 3rd hit of the day. 3 for 7. Don't get to say this very often, but here's right fielder Martin Prado.
That's right. Here's right fielder Martin Prado. Braves down a run.
To the bitter end, Bobby Cox.
Went too far. Braves down to their final strike. Bottom of the 15th inning. It's been a long afternoon This one over 4 hours long. The 0-2. Hit in the air, left center field. Infante racing for third. And they'll hold him up. Prado a double. And how do you like this? Now the Braves could win it with a single.
Will they walk Conrad to get to LaRoche, the hero in waiting? I don't think so. But we'll see. High fastball. And Martin got on top of that one just as Nieves did last inning, or the top of the inning. Good relay throw in there from Willingham to prevent Snitker from having any ideas of sending Infante.
I thought as he got around second that he would try it, and then as he got closer to third.
I think he would have if the ball had gone all the way to the wall, but Willingham was able to cut it off.
Riggleman out to the mound. And here we go. Bottom of the 15th inning. Infante at third. He's the tying run. Prado at second. He's the winning run. And Brooks Conrad a chance to be the hero. Will Nieves out to the mound.
Kinsing worked McLouth over with fastballs and sliders. Sliders down and in.
Strike one to Brooks.
This is the strike zone in the bottom half of this inning. I thought we would have seen the last 3 or 4 or 5 innings.
Yep.
It's gotten bigger.
Conrad waits with 2 aboard. The 0-1.
Braves still looking for their first hit with runner in scoring position.
The hero in waiting on deck. Braves and Nats hooking up in a marathon on the final day of the season. The 1-1.
Earlier that note with runners in scoring position was this afternoon. Lights are on.
Yep. Infante's at third, Prado's at second. 2 balls and a strike on Brooks Conrad. Hammered foul. 2-2.
Strategy session again. Nieves out to talk to him. Good swing by Brooks, but too quick on it. Fastball. Kinsing made a good pitch with that slider to McLouth. He took a little off and had Nate out in front. One would guess he'd at least try that again here.
Tying run at third, winning run at second. Bottom 15, Nats lead at 2-1. The 2-2. Ripped foul.
Tried it, but he tried it to the back door. Middle of the plate. He got away with one there. Fortunate that Brooks pulled it foul.
Yeah, a little too quick. Infante at third, Prado at second. Braves down a run with 2 outs in the 15th. In the dirt. Check swing. Did he go? He went.
Wow.
Rod Culpa rings him up, and that's the ball game.
What a way for the season to end.
2-1 the final in 15 innings.